ooh. Uh, uh, Hee 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 hoo hoo. Ha hee ha hoo ha ha ha. All right. Oh, holy shit, it's early. Fuck. So early. I'm not really sure what to do today, to be honest. I think we'll try to do some basic things here. System, let's add a new folder here. Called GUI. Ugh. Ugh. GUI element. Public rectangle. Correct. Using Microsoft.xna.framework. I don't think that the base object needs more than that. I guess it should have a constructor. I don't know. Because then we should have window, which inherits from GUI element. What is this shit? Am I dumb? Hello, Surkal. Din mamma. Let's see here. Uh, ooh, ooh. I don't have a constructor here. I mean, does this need to have a constructor? I want to only have to have one window script, more or less. So now the question is... It needs a texture 2D. Texture... It needs all kinds of things. String name, rect texture, and here I kind of want them to be modular. I mean, I think we should use the same solution as, like, just make a component entity system for the UI as well, and just use the same system there. And then not even use this window class. We just have the GUI element. Because here we have an entity. And it uses a transform. It would be the right way to do this. I could just use the rect. But I honestly... I don't know if I want to do that. I can just use the entity. I don't think there's any real reason to use a different kind of base class. We just use the entity and then we just add some component. What the fuck? Oh. I don't know. I'm just thinking a bit. It's just that the transform only contains a position right now. So... and it needs to have a size. But we can make we can make this. Okay, so we have transform here. What if we make the window, instead of being a GUI element, it's component. And it then has a rectangle. No, it just needs, it doesn't even need a rect, it just needs a size. That's it. Because the transform already has a position. So the window needs to have a size. Should be an int. And that is the most fundamental part of a window. However, I don't know if this makes sense. Because it is like the way Unity is doing it to some extent does make sense, because the object would need a renderer, right? So am I gonna have a component, like a secondary component, that like interacts with the renderer? I think that's kind of weird. I'm just thinking how to solve this issue. I could do something like this instead. In the transform, we have a public rect. We also have a public vector to scale. And the rect starts at zero. But I don't want it to be erect. I want it to be a vector to int size. What should we call that? New vector to int. This is size override. That's what we'll call that. If greater than 0, will override any scale and size and return a rect. Via like that. Now, this is a little complicated because here we actually want a public vector to internal position. Maybe we do... Well, it doesn't matter. Like that. That doesn't need to set that. And here, the position, the vector 2 position, should be a getter. And we had to add a set position. Let's see, what is the... Give me a sec. I need to have like a post-it note like my mom with like shortcuts. Where is it you set keybinds? Fuck! Alright. That could be good. KJ. Alright. Because K is the starting point where I can remember. If it's gonna be like all of a sudden, you know, I don't know why they put comments on Control K. If Control K is meant to like contain comment stuff, but Control KC is common, Control KU is uncommon. So if I now just add other things there, because here it says Control plus E, Control plus J is join lines, but that wasn't right. The default was like Control Shift like S and L or something. But now we have it on Control KJ. That way we can format to one line, which is nice. I just think having getters on one line, if they're not like super long, is nice. Because otherwise they take up so much space. So much space. One question is, should I use negatives in the system? I kind of feel like I kind of don't want to do that. You know how like if you're working in Unity, for example, it starts at 0, 0, but then you also have like negative space that you can work in. And you can make 0, 0 be the center of the world instead of being the start of the world. And I kind of feel like I don't want to do that and just have 0, 0 be the start of the world. It just makes everything so much easier. I don't feel like I need to bother. I feel like that's more of like a 3D world thing, and even then I like barely understand why I would even really bother with it. Like what is the real use case? I think it has to do with like 3D stuff, where you might want to be able to like so that it's the same across the board. So that the world has a center point, which is 0, and then you can go up and down and plus and minus. So that objects also can use the same system and have center points and stuff. But I think I don't need to do that at all. I have no reason to do that whatsoever. And So just treating everything like it's in the bottom left is fine. I have no use for anything else. Because the game is mainly going to be menu based, right? So it doesn't matter. You just need to make some menus. But yeah, so here, basically, we now have something called a size override. Unity doesn't have this. In Unity, well, I guess maybe it kind of does. But typically you have the transform here, right? And the transform, it can only do so much. But the second you go into the canvas, things have a rect transform instead, which is a lot more complicated. And this is kind of the same thing, except I don't want to have two different components. I just want the transform and that's it. So we create a size override here that creates a rect, basically. It just, if we set this, then we can then just redirect instead of just anything else. And, but even if we set it, we still we can still just use the position as normal. We don't have to use the rect instead. We can just, because the rect is just a getter that uses the current position and the size override. So you set the size, and then you just continue using position like normal to move it around. I have too much gunk on my mug today. It's annoying. There. And then what we need is the window. The window, it shouldn't have these translate ones. I just copied the thing over. Doesn't need that. But what it should have is a checker. Also, components. One thing components should have is a reference to its base object. So it should have... What's this? Public entity, base entity. This doesn't need to take a constructor at all. Because we'll never create a base component, right? Like this only exists to be inherited. That's it. That's the component. So then transform. What transform will take though, transform should I'm just thinking. Because in Unity, when you apply a component to something, it's like when you do get component, yeah, here, game object. But yeah, but all of these implementations are complicated mono behavior implementations, I believe. As you can see, you don't generally add a component to things in Unity. It's not really, like, I think you can. You do game object.add component rect transform. Yeah. So it's doing this via a function. I wonder if I should do that as well. Because then you can do, like here on the entity, you have add component. Component. And then it creates a component, creates an instance of a component. And yeah, the component should have it has a base entity access there. And so here we create a component dictionary add, and here we should say component dot base entity equals this. That way, all components have access to the base entity just by virtue of us adding it through add component, without having to have it in the constructor or anything. No, I'm just checking. Why do I have an add? Or why do I have an out on add component? I don't think I should have that. That's what get component is for. Think so. And go back to the window. What was I doing? Right, I wanted to access... Public, pool, check, collision, vector 2, int, position, stop. Sure. It shouldn't have a size here, but it should take a size And if it does do that, it should say base object, base entity dot transform dot size override equals new equals size. That's how it should be. And I think a window should always have to take a size. But it's... does it even work that way? I don't know if it works that way. Because if we look at the add component, it's just going to create an instance of the object. So all components actually need to only have default constructors, right? And then you need to like initialize them. Unless there's a way to make the add component take the parameters of the constructor somehow. But I don't need to do that. Like this is a completely fine solution. It doesn't really matter. But then here as well, this means we need a public void initialize. Well, let's actually make the component base class have a public virtual initialize. No. No, that doesn't work. Because the initialize need to take some variables. And if you have a virtual, you need to override the correct overload. Let's see. Let's see what we can figure out. I wonder if this is an interface situation, but I feel like interfaces are in 99% of cases useless. E-params. Is it gnarly to put something like this inside of something here? No. This feels like a terrible solution too. It's a little gnarly, like, I don't like this. I don't know. Let's think. Do I need something like this? Oh. To see, the difficulty here is with the ECS, it complicates saving and loading, I think. To some degree, but not necessarily entirely. Like, every component just needs to have like a function to export its settings and then import them again. But I'm just thinking, like, I'm thinking from the point of view of, let's say you're loading, right? And you then load in your list of objects, and then you load in their components. How would you set them back to how they should be? I feel like you would need some kind of system like this where you can take parameters and, like, you can input parameters and you can export parameters. But I feel like I don't want the same thing for initialize as you would for save and load. But the thing is, like, all of the components will be added to a component list on the entity. And that means that you want to be able to go through them as component, because you won't be able to cast it to whatever it is. So that means that in order to load something, you need to be able to just call a base, like, load thing, and send in a, like this. You have t-params here, and then you create like parameters for each component. That's basically what you have to do, I think. But to initialize it, I don't know if I like doing it just to create the thing, because it makes add component weird, because you can't know. Like, you just have to know in that case that add component for, like, transform needs to take some parameters. Because you just won't know otherwise. Because I don't think there's any way, because add component is on the entity, right? So add component T, no parameters, where T is component. So even if I add like a component thing here, we just can't know if a component needs to take in parameters or not when being initialized. So I think they just shouldn't take parameters. All components should be set to whatever they all are by default. And then we need to create like a save and load solution that does export parameters in that manner. So what I was writing, what we were doing here, this initializable, this is kind of needed, but this should be called like data read write or something like that. And then this should have a read or load, data load write. I mean, I guess read is okay, but I don't really, because I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's the right word. And it needs to do both of these here. But we won't fuck with this right now, like this is too much. I'm not gonna write a save load system immediately. But it's good to consider like what's actually gonna happen. Save and load system for components needs to have a param in each component that contains savable data that can easily be exported. Don't think you can use flat buffers for that though. So we'll have to use some compression system that is more dynamic, I think. Flat buffers are amazing. They reduce your save files from like 700 megabytes to 5 kilobytes. Like, it's crazy. However, they need strict like classes set up. So they're really only usable for like really large data segments, like tiles, for example. So I could still use flat buffers for saving and loading the hexagons, potentially. But for like saving and loading components and stuff, I think it's gonna be too much. It is still possible to do it, but I would have to write out like the entire component system into the flat buffers so that every single component data type exists within the flat buffer system, which I think is kind of rough, and I don't know if that's a good option, but it is doable. And maybe it's not that big of a deal, because I might not have that many components at the end of the day. You know, we might have transform, sprite, renderer, windows and buttons and stuff, but those might not be, you know, you might not need to save those really. So it might not be that bad. And I might not need to save like all the components and stuff necessarily. Because you just need... I don't know if I don't want to have rotation, I think. I could add rotation, but I don't want to rotate things. Not really. I don't like doing that. If I want to rotate something, I think I would rather animate it in the actual sprite sheet, for the most part. I hate breaking from the pixel grid. I hate doing that. There are only like minor cases where I can accept it, like pulsing the object like a little bit on like a hit or something like that, but even then I think it looks bad. I really dislike breaking from the pixel grid. You can do pixel grid locked rotations though, but that requires kind of handling rendering in a way that does it, and then you also need to deal with rotational algorithms and shit, which I don't want to do. It's easier to just rotate something in this sprite sheet. Parameters need to be saved? Question mark. Actually don't know if what needs to be saved here, but I think these probably need to be saved. But then Okay, so you can give it like an args. Like you can send in a generic set of arguments as parameters, but then it becomes type unsafe, and you can send in whatever. It doesn't show. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go with this solution where we just have a constructor that does just it just sets everything to 0. Or it just does like one basic thing and that's it, really. So this needs You later need to check whether a component supports it. You can just use is. Oh, what is is? If component is iData read write transform parameters. Okay, interesting. Hello, Despis. Right. I don't need to make this, but I'm too invested. We're doing it anyway. There. Then you do that, and here you say kernel position, size override, scale. And then here, when you read, it's gonna be internal position equals parameters dot internal position. Oh, internal position. I don't know if this should be a float. Could be a float. And then size override equals parameters dot size override. Scale equals parameters dot scale. Okay, so this is like the basis of a save system. But we're not doing that right now, so this is all useless. Right now, what I was working on is a window system. So we have a window component. The window component does something. We have an initialize here. And it's just that the initialize can't really be done in a way where you iterate through the components. So the initialize has to simply be done actually, maybe there is a bit of a hack here. In a way. I don't know if it's stupid. Because nah, whatever. I think. Because here in add component, right now we're just adding the component. And then we have get component, where we get the component. Now, before here, I had a component. We had a T, an out T component, right? And if I do that, it's possible to do this. Out component dot, no, out component. Right, out I guess not. Alright, transform doesn't have an initialize right now. Which it doesn't really need to have. Well, my hack didn't work. I was hoping I could just type in something here. Like this is an out transform component here in the parameters. And I was hoping this would just count as the thing. So I could just type like dot initialize here and then you could see immediately. But in that case, I think I'm just gonna opt for the get component thing if that's really what we want to do. And even so, either way, I think we're pretty much on track here. So if this is a window, it needs to do initialize, it needs to do check collision. So it needs to take a size, and it also needs to take a bool that says movable. movable, public pool movable equals false. And then here, movable, this dot movable equals movable. I'll be right back. Now this is a little bit more complicated. How should I do this? I was thinking that I should return like every window that registers true, but that's not true. The windows should have an order in a list that is based on when it was last interacted with. And that way, that order is its order as it's being rendered. And that means that if we go through it in order and we find a window that we collide with when we click, that's just the correct window. We don't have to do any other checks. Okay, so I uncomplicated it. So here, to check the collision, we just say Let's see. I would like to just copy this whole thing over, but it's using the wrong, like it's using vector force and stuff, and I don't have that implemented here. Like, as you can see, even now it doesn't. So it uses width and height. The thing is, I feel like I could just use the XNA vectors, and we use vector 2, we use point, we use rectangle, and we just do it the XNA MonoGame way. But I don't know if I want to do that. Because, like, I'll just run into the Unity issue again. Where it just doesn't have what I want them to have. It actually has some multiplication for vector 2s, which is thankful, but it doesn't have like conversion between vector 2 and points, for example. I think. Like there's not... Is there a vector 2 to point here? Seal to point? I don't think so. Divide. Equals, floor. Hermite. There is a 2-point actually. Maybe that would be okay, but I don't know. Maybe I could call my vectors something else. Like maybe I can call my vector like a vec2. That way it won't ever collide with the with this. And honestly, it's kind of nicer than having to type vector, because it's literally on one side of the keyboard, so you can just type vec2, vec3 with just one hand. I think that's actually really good. Let's do that. And then we have a vec2 int. Now that one still kind of sucks. What if we call it a vec2 I? Is that bad? Hello? And then we want on the vec2 eyes, we want an implicit operator point, new point, feature rename is currently unavailable due to an internal error. Okay, cool. This is by definition 2D. Then we go back to window, check collision, we do base entity.transform.rect. Cannot convert from system drawing.rectangle. Okay, fuck you. So this is system.drawing. How do I, let's see, create default usings? In your csproj file. The fuck is that? This one, hexes.csproj. Here? Okay, something like that. Cool. Should we just do that? I think so. The window just returns the collision there. Then we handle it in the main controller. Basically, we're gonna do something like once you click and you get collision on this thing, then we'll determine if it's movable, and if it's movable, actually this needs to have how should this work? I feel like I have two ways of handling this right now. No, I mean, buttons should also be entities, right? So I'm just thinking, because the difficulty here right now is that I'm basically creating a Unity ECS, but without the Unity interface, which means, or the inspector specifically. So that means that we can't like drag things into it to assign anything. So I'm just thinking like, because I'm gonna have to manually create everything. But that's fine, because when I'm creating it, we'll have all the references. So I can just attach things together there. But basically, every entity needs to have a public well, first and foremost, every entity should have an ID. And so in main controller, I think we should have a public dictionary, which does take a uint as a key, and this should be an entity. So this is entity master dictionary, new dictionary. And we should also have a public uint entity count. No, entity. This is a little tricky. Nah, it isn't. Entity count equals 0. And then when an entity is created, it needs to say public main controller. I guess you can just do that. And then we need to say entity ID equals main controller dot entity count plus plus. And main controller dot master dictionary dot add entity ID this. And here, I think we should just have a list of entity. Child entities. And now everything becomes a lot more annoying and complicated. So now, the transform needs to have local transform. And that also means that an entity needs to have a public entity parent. I'm just gonna call these children. So how does this work? I feel like local position should be a setter and a getter. Public vec2 local position set get. Now here's the thing. So local position will be set to base entity dot parent dot transform dot internal position its value minus come on, we don't have subtraction still? I thought I added that like yesterday. We have plus, okay. There we go. And then when you return your internal position minus your parent's transform. But it's not really that easy. It's almost that easy though. But what we have to do here is we have to say if base entity dot parent equals null, then public static vec2 0 equals new vec2 0, 0. Let's just add that to vec2i immediately. Oh, that already exists. 1. Maybe I don't want this. Then vec2.0, else we use that. And same thing here. Else we use that. So we have to check if the parent is null or not. And if it's null, then yeah. Then we just set it to 0. And now, this is where set position comes into the picture. And now, instead of doing it the way I'm doing here, where we have 2 set positions with overloads, we're gonna have a public void set position core that is going to take a vector2. Hopefully that doesn't glitch out, but it's gonna look like this. And then here we're gonna say set position core position set position core, and here then we convert the vector2 int to a vector2, and then in position core we have to do a bunch of things that are a pain in the ass. For children, for base entity dot children dot count, we have to say internal position. Well, we have to say vec2 delta equals its position minus internal position. And then we have to apply that delta to all of our children. So base entity dot children I dot transform dot set position. This is not public. Set position base entity dot children I I kind of want something like let's add another one. So we have set position. It just sets position. I want another one that's called translate. Position. No, distance. And then we'll say set position internal position plus distance. That way we can just say transform dot translate delta. And then that's done. That way, all of the children are now updating their position via translation. These are bugged now, but that's whatever. We can fix that. It is the 2-hour mark. It is what it is. would like to render a window today. That's the goal. I want to render a window that I can move around. Alright, so here we have a window. I need a button. Is the window done? I feel like not exactly. I feel like the window should have a list of entities. Button list. And then here we have check collision. I'm gonna call this check window collision. And then here I'm gonna have a separate one called public button. Not that button. Button. Public button. Check button collision. Back to I position. And then we shall say button button equals null. Actually, let's say bool. And then here we have button out button button. And then we're gonna say for Jesus Christ. Actually worked. If button list I dot public bool check collision back to I position return point in AABB position base entity dot transform dot rect. Correct? Yes. And then if check if button list dot now this doesn't need to be entity, this should just be button. If button list dot check collision position returns true, then return true and button equals button list I. And then otherwise we return false. Right, and then the button should have a public void trigger and the tricky part here is that this now needs to trigger a script. And it's difficult with a generic button sometimes to trigger something that you like properly. So how do we connect the button with something? I think basically something like button function. Public void trigger. And that's it. Button functions. Then in button functions, you can then write specific functions, and then here in the button, you'll have a public button function. And then that will trigger function.trigger. I think so. I don't think we can make it more generic than that. It's just, I think it's just, it just is what it is. When it comes to UI, I think you will always end up with like an absolute shitload of specialized scripts that will do like this or that. Like you're gonna have like a character sheet history next button, and you're gonna have like a inventory next button, you're gonna have a inventory previous button, you're gonna have a, you know, like just every single button is gonna be like an individualized script. And I don't know if you can really do it in any other way. However, what you can do perhaps instead of it being like this, we create a script here called button funcdb. And then in here, we just write like open window. Open character window. Inherits from button function. Public override trigger. Like that. That way, we could go in here and we could say... Because then, here, right? If this button triggers, we can then here have a... In the main controller... I think we want to have like a canvas system, maybe like Unity does. I'm not sure. I think so. But either way, just as an example, we can do public entity character window. Right. And then entity has public bool is enabled equals true. This should probably be done via a create entity function in the main controller to centralize it a bit better. Anyway. I don't know if an is enabled thing is really the way I want to handle it. Could be. And then what we could do is we go to the button funcdb, and then whenever this button is triggered, we just say main controller main controller dot character window dot is enabled equals like that. That way, when we click this button, we can open the character window. Now, it needs to be a lot more complicated than that, because the character window might take up a special slot in the UI that needs to be, like, replaced. So, you know, the character window might take up, like, the left side of the screen where all other windows also exist. So if it's like a static window, then you need to disable that, whatever window is there, and then open this instead. But for now, just this is okay. And this also needs to do one more thing. Needs to disarm click I don't know exactly how we do that. But yeah, we need to disarm the click. But that should just be like public bool executing mouse collision check. And then this is like a while loop, potentially. Or at least it's just a for loop that will exit when this is false. So as this is triggered, we need to say main controller public main controller equals. I actually kind of want to name it like system or something, but I feel like that's gonna run into issues. So this is gonna be main controller.access. And then we say main controller. Fuck! Main controller dot executing mouse collision check equals false. Right? So that way, actually this should be in the function because it depends on the function. There. Because you might have a button that is meant to be holdable to increment something. So, yeah. But this is also not necessarily so simple. Because the button will go down when you click and then go up when you stop clicking and then trigger when you release the button. Let's worry about that later. So what should a window look like? Not like that. Let me think. Do we do this? Do I really want to just use a basic 9 slice? I don't think so. It should be a 2-component thing. The background should not be a part of it. That way we can make this be like a little fancy. I don't know what to do here. I'm just doing some random bullshit. I think this looks terrible. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Actually matters a lot. Sure. That doesn't even work. What I'm doing right now doesn't even make sense. Fortunately, but... It needs to be like... like this, kinda. Like that. And then here we can decrement. Not sure if this is what I want to do here, but you can try that. Same here, this needs to just be like... like that. Oh yeah. This is kind of whatever. think this is probably gonna be bad, but we'll see. We'll see. Just doing some bullshit. TBH. And then what we need to do is this. I was trying to make it gold, but this is not gold. Something like that. And I'm just thinking. If I do something like that, Then we can draw that. There. All right. So now we need to create a window. Is this a problem? Shouldn't this out be P? Let me do that. Because I don't want it to be just a component. I want it to be the component. Yeah. Okay. The window needs to be a size. Let's say it's new vec to I 100 times 100. Movable is true. And then here we have a button list. But that comes later. The button also needs public vec to I size. It needs the same implementation as window. Basically, except buttons should not be movable. I think. I think I want an out on add component. There. Because generally speaking, whenever we do add a component, it needs to be handled. Right? So that just removes a get component line. It's just gonna make it easier. I think that's the right choice. Could make it optional. Okay, so it will automatically do the window there. Yeah, okay. And then character window dot children dot add new entity and I don't even know if an entity should take position. Either way, that should be added as a child there to the character window. And button.local read only. If it's read only, can we still write to it from here? But it's like this object can read to it or write to it, but others can only read it. That should be how that works, right? It can only be assigned in the constructor. I wanted a getter for a list, basically, without being able to add and stuff. An I read-only list. So if we have a list of children here, then we have a public I read-only list entity. Actually, no. Children. Pointer. Children. Okay, that's new. Never seen that before. And then we need a public void add child entity. And then children dot add entity. What was the reason for me wanting to do that? I don't remember. I actually don't know if there is a reason. It's like a transform thing. Maybe, but I don't think so. Because everything... The local position is just a getter. Oh, there's one thing. The entity needs to have a parent. There. That's one thing. Then we need a public void remove child entity. Then children dot remove entity dot parent equals null. And we have to say if entity.parent does not equal null, then we have to say entity.parent dot remove child entity. And then we can add it here. Everything else should be good. Like that. Window.initialize should take a whole lot more. It needs to take a texture 2D window text. It needs to take 2 actually, and that should be like a struct. Actually, it should just take a struct from a database. But for now, let's just say texture 2D background text. And let's just start there, because I want it to have multiple layers for rendering. So you can have a background, and you can have maybe decals on it if you want, and you can also have the frame as its own thing. But that will have to come as like a struct that can just construct it in a way. So for now, we'll do that. And we need to have a public texture 2D window BG. Then here in load content, we're gonna say window BG equals content.load. Fuck you. It's in XNA framework. Or okay, so content should be loaded in game 1. I see. I can just access it from there, but whatever. Window BG equals content.load texture 2D graphics Is it under tile sheets? I guess that's not entirely correct. Window background. Like that. And system.windowbg. Can then set that. Next up, we need to write another component, which is the sprite renderer. I don't think I'm gonna manage to get this window to render today. I would very much. Let's call this sprite renderer. Component. This doesn't need to be read-writable. Public I need to make a sprite, don't I? Yeah, we... Where do we put a sprite? A sprite is a class. So where does stuff like that go? System dot... Just classes? Types? System graphics. Let's just put it in there. Let's just put it in graphics. Sprite. Right? So here we have a sprite. A sprite takes a public texture 2D texture, and then it takes a rectangle. What else does this sprite need? That's it, right? Maybe a pivot. Yeah, I think so. Why isn't it using mine now? Why is it using... Oh, it's because mine is called Vec2, because I'm stupid. There. I'm so used to what they're called in Unity. So then we write public Vec2I pixel pivot. get return new vec2i, which is then gonna be rect dot fuck it. Let's not do this. That's something I might want to do later. Add pixel perfect pivot question mark. And then the sprite renderer will have a public sprite. Public bool mirror. What else does it need? Destination rectangle is then base entity dot transform dot this is a little bit more complicated, but it's basically the pixel position. We need to create a rect here. So rectangle draw rect equals new rectangle. Base entity dot transform dot pixel position. And so we need vec2 pivot equals sprite dot pivot. So vec2i right size equals public vec2i sprite size equals new vec2i rect dot width. No, rect. Are you stupid? What is the problem? Oh no, yeah. This is because this is meant to be a getter. Get. That's what it was supposed to do. Right, and then we need a draw rect. Which is position.x minus sprite size.x times pivot.x, which isn't necessarily... No, I think that's correct. Because if pivot is 0, then we're gonna multiply it by multiply sprite sheet by 0. And if pivot is a 1, then we multiply sprite size by 1. And that then pushes the draw rect x over to the left. And then we do the same for y. And then the width is just super easy. You just do sprite size dot x, sprite size dot y. And then that's done. So this is then draw rect. That's the destination rect. But we also need a source rect, which is sprite.rect. And a color, which I guess we could have a color here. Sprite effects, layer depth. No, for now, I think that's good. And let's not bother with mirror right now. I just didn't loop. Is there anything else that we're missing? Let's see. I can't find anything here. Objects. Transform. There's a list somewhere, enum. Globals. Here. So type of sprite renderer 1, type of window 2, type of button 3. I don't know if this should be automated. I'm not really sure how you would do that. I think this is okay. Now, in reality, I think this is kind of wrong, because here I have GUI, right? And in GUI, I'm creating a bunch of components, and I think that's bad. I think we should move like the button and the window over to the objects component. This GUI element, I opted out to not use. Button function, that's a completely different thing, I suppose. But I could perhaps make a GUI thing here, but I don't know. Maybe it's not necessary. So we go back to the globals, transform, sprite renderer, window button. Here right now, the camera is not attached to an object. The question is, should I do that just like they do in Unity? I don't think so, because the camera doesn't behave that way. Because in Unity, it's a 3D camera, which makes a lot more sense when you're using a 3D scene, while here, we're not actually using a camera. We are rendering to screen and just altering the scaling of the two-screen render. When we zoom and stuff, instead of like moving a camera back and forth. Yeah. Because I don't want to deal with a 3D camera, because we're not doing 3D. That would be stupid, because they're complicated. Oh! Now we have to create a sprite as well. Because this is the... We have the window BG, but it's not a sprite. So... window sprite. Why is it being retarded? Field type sprite is less accessible than field game 1 window sprite. Because sprite is internal, but it automatically sets everything to internal. So I genuinely don't know what to do with internal. What? Yeah, I was just trying to see if you could make it, because we're just gonna set this to public, and that'll fix everything. But I just wanted to see if there was a way to make it not set everything as internal by default. And apparently it's just really annoying to change it. But yeah, now that works. Either way, these things I think shouldn't really be done here. So like here, we could say, in main controller, we could say public content I think it's the content manager. Or rather, we make a getter. And then I think that's a getter of a getter. Yeah. That way we can do this here instead. And then window sprite equals new sprite . Maybe the window doesn't need to take a texture there. Or actually, the window should take... a sprite. And then it should say this dot base entity dot component dictionary dot contains value sprite renderer Oh, this can't be a component. This has to be a type. I think. And then type of sprite renderer. If it does not contain a value, then we need to say base entity dot add component out sprite renderer. And that's all the sprite renderer needs. Mirror equals false. If sprite equals null, return. There, that way we don't even have to create sprite renderer for it. We just supply it with the Windows sprite. And then the sprite renderer, when it draws, There are two alternatives that can happen here. So we're going to create a draw rect here. And then we're going to say if base entity dot transform dot public bowl size is overridden. Get if size override dot x does not equal 0, or size override dot y does not equal 0, then return true. Else, return false. Size is override. Size is overridden. Then we're gonna set all of these things here. Else and we're also gonna do that. Else we're gonna say draw rect is we're gonna want position either way. But it's only position X, position Y, and like that. Is this a shit way to render? Having to do get component for every object that needs to be drawn. I think it would be okay to cache the sprite renderer. The only reason I'm not doing it is because they don't do it in Unity, right? Because not everything... Because Unity is a general engine. So you might not have sprites on an object. It might be a 3D object. But here, everything is a sprite. So any object would have a sprite renderer if it needs to be rendered at all. So therefore, I think that any object that is created should be created with a sprite renderer. Because it's very lightweight for it to have that, even though it's, you know, maybe it's a controller or something like that, I don't know. And therefore, an entity here has a transform, so I think that's good. Also just realized that I haven't actually set the transform equals this.transform equals transform. And then we can do the same thing here. Add a component. Out sprite renderer. I mean, can't you just say transform? And then here you just sprite renderer. Yeah. Hello ho ho. It goes forward, but I'm doing like the most boring things right now. We're writing sprite renderers and window components and entity components and components, child transform systems. And all of this is just to make like one window that I can drag. So yeah, and because the game is very heavily window-based, or meant to be, so... I don't think we want an initialize on an entity. Just slap a transform and a sprite renderer on every entity. Get type. Component dictionary. Try get value. out type C hold on. Entity component dictionary. Alright. What? Oh, why is this bitching? Component dictionary. Oh, this should be component. Yeah, it's only in global that they should be types. But because they're types here, this... Nah, no, it's whatever. It's static, so it's all manual input anyway. But this, I feel like this doesn't actually need to be done like this, but because couldn't I call like when the program starts up, couldn't I call just component as a class and tell it to populate a list, and then it will call every type once that inherits of it, and then you could just like populate a list like that. Then the types would be like random every time you start up, but that would be fine, I think. Because it's just about them existing here. Whatever, let's just do it that way. It's fine that it's static too. It's just, it means that every single component I ever make, I have to add there. I mean, an entity could take a position. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It could. that. What do you think happens if I play right now? Right, so if base entities component direct dictionary contains key globals dot component index transform does not contain a definition for position. That's true. Where are we here? Grid matrix. If main controller.axis.player.transform.position equals I. Right, this doesn't make sense anymore. So much for that. Gave Phantom Brigade 2.0 a second chance last night, and it's not as bad as I thought. What changed? Aren't the menus still the same? Or are you just used to it now? Got used to it. Yeah, fair enough. Why is this not drawing right now? I feel like it should be. Unless... no, entities are enabled by default. Isn't it easier to... actually... let's do this. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. There. Why is it so fucking big? Hmm. Hello, Charles. Pivot is 0. Rect is 255. Why does it not work? I am not sober today. Okay. Hmm. Been trying for weeks to brainstorm something, coming up empty-handed, but I think about things like Doom or Mortal Kombat. I think that people want gore and violence from video games. Well, I mean, for me, I just think about what I want to play, and then I just do that. So, I don't know. I think that the reality is that video games isn't a monolith, so you can't really say like this is what they want or that is what they want, because every genre and every niche within video games is a different industry and a different market. And niches exist for a reason, because, you know, people do want other things. You want to make a porn game. Yes, I understand. I understand. Understandable. I don't understand what the problem is here. Console dot, well, debug dot write sprite is null. Ah. We had an error there. Well, that didn't help. Almost considering like a platformer where Protag uses his dong as a grappling hook. Of course. Yeah, it sounds great. Go for it. At the end of the day, if you don't do something that you actually want to make, then you just won't find the time and the energy and the drive to do it. Like, unless you're just trying to sell a game, and your drive is, I want to sell a game, and then you work on mobile games, you know? So I would say really feel out what you would like to play right now, more or less. Or what you would want to play right now that would be possible to make, at least. I fixed that, but it still doesn't work. All I play is idle clickers because I'm so tired of everything. Fair enough. But I said what you want to play. Sprite is null. It keeps spamming Sprite is null. Why is Sprite null? Sprite renderer. Window initialize. If it doesn't contain a sprite renderer, oh shit, it does contain the sprite renderer. That's why. Else sr base entity dot sprite renderer dot sprite equals background text. There we go. Oh! We have a window! That unfortunately scales with the zoom, which it shouldn't be doing, but we have a window. That's rendering on the screen. Holy moly. So I'm thinking, just like we have a main controller, we should make I don't know. Should I make like a GUI controller class, or should I just handle it in the main controller? Because it's literally just a function. I think we'll make it a class. I mean, the only difference is that it's another script. Just thinking. Oh yeah. What was I thinking? And when was it? It was like yesterday. Hash set. Right. Is there no way to scale the draw step after draw calls instead of in begin draw? Render target. Yeah. Kojima spent so much time claiming that Death Stranding would be a new genre of game. Is it? I don't think so. I think so. It's a walking sim. It's... but you carry things. It's a carry sim. I mean, I think it's a new genre. Is it a very, like, interesting or complex genre? Not really. It's mailman sim. Mailman game. I don't, after, like, even after having played it, though, I genuinely don't think I understand what his idea was. But I think Kojima is a fucking hack. I think Kojima games are dog shit. Like, I don't think Metal Gear is actually good, or Metal Gear Solid is good. Not really. They're, like, ass games that you can enjoy. And, like, 5% of his writing is like actually good and the rest is retarded. But so it's like 5% of his writing is like above average, I think, and like actually good. And then the rest is like it just makes the game into a meme, which is like what people think is funny about it. But I don't think it's that really that interesting. And then you have like stupid fights like the dead guy in MGS3, like MGS bosses are just annoying. And like with Death Stranding, it's like it's a genre that's supposed to be like strand, like he kept talking about strands like it meant something, like strand based storytelling or whatever, and I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what are we talking about? Strand? What's the strand? Is it like a strip of story or like strip? A strand? Even after finishing the game, I don't know what a strand is. It's literally like the fact that Conan O'Brien is in the game. That's a strand, I guess. I don't know. There are NPCs. I don't know. Either way, I do think it is a unique game in terms of being a mailman. And there's not a whole lot in that genre, but you know, it's something, I suppose. Anyway, this here in game 1, draw. Here we did scale matrix before. I don't want to do that anymore. It should be like this. Render target 2D. Render target. Render target equals new render target 2D. Graphics device. Viewport width, viewport height. 960, 540. Maybe? And then in draw, graphics device dot set render target, sprite batch begin. Without this scale matrix bullshit, we can do point clamp still. And then we do sprite batch.end. Then here we do graphics device, render target, null. Why is it clearing it black? Sprite batch dot begin, sampler state point clamp, sprite batch dot draw, render target, new rectangle, 0, 0, window width, window height. Color dot white. Think. Sprite batch dot end. Hello Dave, how's it going? But now we don't have a zoom function necessarily. I am making some kind of hex-based grand strategy kind of thing. But right now I'm just making windows and rendering. So how would I implement zoom with this? We could make it so that you can only zoom in, I suppose. So this could be window width times draw scaling. I suppose. Huh? 0, 0. Oh. There. And then we go to draw scaling. Where we clamp it, and then we clamp it to 1 and like 3 or 2 or whatever. Draw scaling should be set to 1 by default. Because this doesn't entirely work either. Because now we can zoom in, but we can't zoom out. While in reality, the only thing I need to do is zoom out. But we can just render at a resolution that's too high, but that sounds like a shit idea. But like you could see, the zoom worked a lot better there. Hold on. Render target, viewport width, viewport height. There. Now we can render out. And you see now it works a lot better. It's still not good. Because you can't really do zooming with pixel art that well. But you can do it, but it looks like shit. And why does it look like shit? Well, because it does this with the pixels. And you get weird crunched, jaggy behavior. It looks really bad. But it's possible to let's turn this off. Sampler state. Linear clamp. what is happening now. Yeah. You can do this. It fucks the art a little bit, but it will look better. And what you can do is you can do this, right? So if draw scaling equals 1f, is less than or equal to 1f, or draw scaling is greater than or equal to, what was it we clamped it to? 2. Then we can set this to be point, else it's linear. That way, when you zoom in, it's now point. And then when you zoom out a bit, it's now linear. And then if you zoom out max, it's now point. And then you can also make it so that you don't really operate in between. Like you can still do that if you want to, right? Because it's honestly, it's not like that noticeable. But it is a little noticeable that it becomes a little blurry. But it's not like horrible. It's honestly the fact that when you're in here, it's sharp, and then you zoom out, it becomes a little blurry. So either you just tank it and just do this, and you just let the player operate on multiple zoom levels like this. Or you make it so that you have 2 zoom levels. So you can zoom in and out, but if I scroll down, it'll zoom out to this. Right? And if I zoom in, it goes into this. So you have these 2 zoom levels only. That's a solution to maintain just good looking art. But you can also make the steps be larger. So you can have like 5 steps before you get to maximum. That way you won't just, because here this is like a 10% step. So that makes it more noticeable, because it's closer to the way it is originally. So if you have a larger step, you'll just go over here. It won't be as noticeable that it goes a little blurry right away, because it becomes smaller in a larger step. And also, if you animate it, it might become worse or better, I don't know. Like if it's a zoom, if it's a smooth transition, right? I just wanted to fix that. We've been at it for 5 hours. I wonder if it's time to stop. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to do what I wanted to do, but let's see. If we just do something here. Then here we go through our list of entities. So we have an entity master dictionary. Well, that's not the one. We should have a public entity list. Entity list. And then here we'll say character window. No. Entity list dot insert 0 character window. And then here we're gonna say if object dragged does not equal null, then we'll say if this actually needs the mouse state. Mouse state. Mouse state. Then we'll say if mouse state dot left button equals button state released, then object dragged equals null. Else object dragged dot transform dot translate. Then we have a distance. We then have, which order would it be? It would be mouse state dot position minus previous mouse state dot position. And then we go to my structs. We go to vec2 implicit point what? Point. What do you mean cannot convert? From XNA framework point to Hexas system vec2. Am I stupid? Operator, Microsoft XNA framework point. Implicit. Vector 2. Oh, wait. Is it the other way around? No. No, I mean, what? It works here for the vector 2. Why is it not working for the point? Yeah, it's the other way around, right? Yeah, okay, it was the other way around. It was the other way around. We don't need to do this. We can do that. Entity list dot count. If I think this is we need an interface here. No, not even an interface will work. I'm just thinking how to do this, because I need to I need to make this object needs to be clickable because it has a window in it. So I think the way it should work is we have an entity list here. We should have another list. That should be like... clickable entity list. But it shouldn't be a list. It should be... I mean, it should be a list. Maybe there should be an interface. And then this is then master dict index component index. Maybe. I don't know if this is a stupid solution, but then we don't need an interface, I think. Then inside of window, now I think this should have a constructor again. And it should say main controller dot applicable entity list dot add base entity dot entity ID and globals dot get component index this. What the fuck just happened? Window. Oh, that's a uint. I think that's unnecessary. Let's just make the entity be an int, or the ID be an int. Because it's like, am I gonna have, what is it, 2 billion objects? Like, fuck it. Don't think so. Well, maybe it does need the iClickable. think I kind of don't like this solution, and I feel like I'm just kind of avoiding another solution just because. Because what I could do, like, I could just add something to the base object that just does this, more or less, but I don't know. Because, like, the base object could have a trigger, and it could have a list of things to trigger on click, for example. But then the base object becomes a lot more tied in, but I think that's fine. Because I'm not making a generalized engine. So it's okay to make things more specialized. Because that way, what I could do, as an example, is instead of making this be this weird thing, we could then add a boolean that just says, like, is clickable, yes, no. And whenever that boolean is set to true, the object is just added to a clickable list in main. And whenever the clickable components are removed, then the boolean is set to false, and when the boolean is set to false, it's just removed from the main controller. And on top of that, I could have multiple components that have click things on one entity. Like, the button could have a button thing that says on click, it triggers the button. But it could also say, like, on click, it triggers audio from the audio listener. Which should probably just be done in the button anyway, so maybe that's not that smart. Just thinking. But it's still not so easy, because I feel like the button buttons would easiest be handled by finding if we're clicking in the window, and then the window runs a check against all its containing buttons. As opposed to just having, like, all the buttons be in a list. Now, how do I do this? I think Maybe I'm overthinking it a bit. But the grouping by like object and its children, I think that is an actual issue. Because like having buttons be in a list separate next to the window is gonna be terrible. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that the window is clickable, but it's not gonna be like this. It's gonna be like I mean, is this a good solution, maybe? Clickable entity list. I do have like the entity ID here, but we don't actually need that. If we just make this be no, yeah, no. No, I think that makes more sense. Yeah. We do that. And then here we go through clickable entity lists. And then we do on a point in AABB. That's then gonna be master entity master dictionary clickable entity list I.item1 dot transform. And what is this? This is point. This is where mouse state dot position goes. And this is then transform dot rect. We go to our vec I And if that's true, then we're gonna say entity master dictionary dot get component globals dot get component index Wait, we can't translate an index to a component. Can we? No. And then you do oh my god! Do I actually need the interface? I think I actually need the interface here. Because as I get this... As we get this component... Or... We need a get component that goes by index. See, this is where the issue is, right? Because I can't out it as a dynamic class here. Like, it can only be outed as a component. Yeah. We need... We need the iClickable. And then this is gonna say... The fuck was it called? Dude. Object dragged. And then... Where was it? Here. Right, and here then we get the component. And then we have to be able to say... If component is iClickable, no, if C Oh. What are the odds? Wait, what? Base entity was null. I guess. It'll just have to be done on initialize, and initialize is just something we'll just have to run after the fact. Which it is. Well, it did go flying. Let's try again. But zoomed in. The game is barely running, I feel like. It's happening. Oh, hold on. Okay. All right, let's see. The fuck? Why? I see, I understand. I think. We did it! But I can only drag it once. Oh well, I'm gonna stop there. Holy shit, that's so much for today. It's clickable once. It doesn't really make any sense though. Because we're checking against the rect. And the rect is just a getter that is the pixel position, which is the internal position, and translate, set position, changes the internal position. So it should have, like it should be clickable, but I don't know why it's not. It's really weird in the beginning too. Oh, it's bigger than it's rect. That's why. But then when this is changed, it's no longer clickable. Yeah, it just stops being clickable here. Doesn't matter what I do. I see. For whatever reason, the rect is just the initial point and is never updated. Oh, what? Why is that? Hello, Heretical. How's it going? Goes the coding? It's been going alright. Pretty boring stuff right now, but now it's being a bitch. Object drag.transform.translate. Look, it's behaving so oddly. I'm trying to right-line this rect, and it's writing it in, like, reverse. Like, it writes rect here, and then it writes the rest here. Oh, hold on. There. Oh, I'm thinking of the rect incorrectly, I think. Yes, I am. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is AABB plus X plus width. And this is AABB Y plus height. Yes. Alright. Solved it. I was treating the rect as X as starting point and size, but for the collision code it's basically starting point and end point. Alright. That's it for today. I've created a window that I can move. Now we just need to actually populate it with things. Make some buttons and stuff like that. Make those clickable. Just like a lag behind quite a lot. I find that a little weird. Because I don't think it should. Let's see, one more thing. In draw. You can do main controller draw. And then it's a position, which needs to be like 20 maybe. Okay, so it does, we have a frame rate of 60. Graphics dot synchronize with vertical retrace equals false. Yeah, okay. It still lags behind a little bit, but it's like 1,000 times better now. Is VSync really that bad? Yeah, I don't think I want to do X is fixed time step. That's kind of silly. A fixed time step is something you would run alongside, like like Unity does. Like, you don't want everything to run at a fixed time step. That's not good. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go for a walk, I think. And I will play some Windrose. We got a window. Now we just need to do more stuff with it. Hope you don't see anyone again. I hope so too. It's dinner time, so who knows? I don't know if that's when people come out or when they go in or when they start walking somewhere or... But yeah. I'll be back in a bit. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye. That was way too long. I should have stopped like 3 hours ago.